Alright, I got the volume up.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing mic check 1 2 3 4. Testing for Noah Baker. Check check.
Testing 1 2 3. Test up. You're coming through good. You can't use my real name on this phone.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
For Colin Robinson.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing for Colin Robinson.
Testing 1 2 3. Looks good. You're just a little delayed, but that's normal.
Yep. Let me just test all the mics here. Make sure nothing crazy's going on. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing other mic. Testing 1 2 3 4. Let me go to the mayor. Testing mayor mic 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3. Testing. What? Testing 1 2 3. I just clicked it and I'm talking and I'm getting nothing.
And send Gerlich your way. Test the other ones. We'll make sure the other ones work.
All right, testing the other one. Testing city attorney for Colin Robinson. 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Mic test. Testing 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3 4.
Gotcha.
Testing this mic. 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3 4.
Check, check, check. All right. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. It's there.
Turn it up a little bit.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
Check. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing the mayor. Check 1, 2, 3. All right, I am back on this one now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, let me go to the other one. Hello. Oh, wow. Testing 1 2 3. Check. Testing 1 2 3. This is the city attorney. Check. Testing 1 2 3. Check check. Testing 1 2 3. Testing Jonathan 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3 4. Sounding better. Okay. All right.
So now we got, just go to one. Or go to his. So check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check check check.
Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3 4.
Check check. Yeah.
Testing.
They're pretty balanced. Okay, so all of these mics right here, so you know, if you look down underneath, it's just an XLR. So you can literally grab on these and pull them straight up. Although you may have to loosen the screws, but that's all it is it just goes straight down. It's just an XLR. This right here just helps hold it in. So there's that part of it. So if
So was it that down there?
no,
There was
if all
something
else
in there.
if all else fails, you just come steal one of these sides. So what I always do, the first thing I always do is go to the setup. Go to the settings. Everything should be clear.
Ladies and gentlemen, bear with it just a few minutes. We are just working through some technical opportunities. Okay, I just got the word. We are ready to go. It is 6:37. At this time, I would like to call our city council meeting to order. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and invocation will be given by 5th Ward Council Member Shalonda Hunt.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Creator of the world, help us love one another. Help us care for each other as sister or brother, that friendship may grow from nation to nation. Bring peace to our world, O Creator. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Daniel Mahoney,
Present.
Vice Mayor / Second Ward Council Member Freddie Dancy,
Present.
First Ward Council Member Arlene Robinson, Third Ward Council Member Angelita Gunn,
Present.
Fourth Ward Council Member Connor Wood,
Present.
Fifth Ward Council Member Shalonda Hunt,
Present.
Sixth Ward Council Member Will Forgrave.
Here.
Okay, we are all present and accounted for. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next, we have presentations and proclamations, with which we have none. Excuse me, let me back up. Looking for a motion of support to adopt the agenda. Come on, Mr. Parliamentary. I was
Support.
looking for you. It's been
Support.
moved and supported. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. That was quick. Agenda passes unanimously. We have no presentations and proclamations. That brings us down to item number 6, looking for a motion and support to open a public hearing of necessity for pavement replacement on High Street Executive Drive to South Street.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimous. Public hearing is now open. And I don't see any of the bright green petitions. Madam Clerk, did you have anything come through?
Not for this public hearing.
Okay. Council, any comments from you guys?
I think maybe some do, but they didn't fill it. I don't think they filled out the yellow one.
I think that's a different one. Sundown. Got you. Sundown Street. So is that one. Okay, seeing and hearing no comments, let's look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, public hearing is now closed. Brings us down to item B. Looking for a motion support to open public hearing. Sorry. Oh, okay. I thought it was down further. Okay. Looking for a motion and support on the, wait a minute, where is it at?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, here we go. I see. Looks a little different for me. Okay, looking for a motion on the resolution for ordering the construction and preparation of the special assessment role.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Freegrave,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt.
Yes.
Okay. Item passes unanimously, brings us down to item B. Looking for a motion support to open a public hearing in necessity for pavement replacement on Elm Avenue, North Street to Floral Avenue.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
Shows you under item A.
Okay, the motion passed. Just still working through some technical opportunities. So the,
Oh, yeah. It's popping.
there we go. Okay, so just want to, I don't have the green one up here. But I will just start by reading the rules for speaking before the council. Each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and the members of the public in attendance, while any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject. No speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties. Use obscene language while addressing the city council or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Should any speaker cause a breach of peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. If a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting, and each speaker may only speak once under this public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I direct your attention to items 6C, a public hearing for street reconstruction on East Avenue.
We're on 6B.
Yeah, there are people who filled out
Yeah.
blue cards to
Ah.
speak at the public hearing, so he's just,
Thank you.
we got it.
Thank you for the education.
Just reading the rules, because I don't have a green form in front of me to read those rules, so I just skipped over the ones that don't apply to the public
Withdrawn.
hearing. Okay, so I do have two individuals who filled out a form that identified that they want to speak on the assessment. Sherry Butters?
Thank you. Good evening. And I apologize, I filled out the wrong form.
It's okay.
Sherry Butters. I live at the 800 block of North Elm, and we own 3 city lots, and just was surprised to get the assessment letter in the mail. So one thing I'm curious about and would just wonder and want the city council to think about is we experienced a lot of increased traffic because of the construction down on the highway end of our road. And that construction resulted in a lot of construction vehicles, heavy trucks, many trucks rerouted over the months and years that project was happening. So clearly our road needs work. A lot of money was put into the construction at the end of our road down by the highway. I would just be interested to maybe explore some other ideas that might offset or reduce the amount of money that would be needing to be paid through the homeowners. So definitely in support of repairing the road, fixing the roads. They're terrible. But I would want to see thought being put into the amount of investment that was put into the construction down by the highway and the, I guess, the wear and tear that caused on the road that we all live on. So that's all. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Deborah Bendelli?
Hi, I'm Debbie Bendeley. I also live in the 800 block. I've always lived in the country. I've only lived in the city for about 6 years, so I may be naive about all of this, but I had no idea that a homeowner would be assessed for the maintenance of roads. So that was new to me, and I was kind of surprised at that. And then I was also kind of surprised at the fact they're only doing a small piece of Elm when the other pieces down further are just as bad. So I don't know how that is assessed or how that's figured out, but that was a concern too, is why they're only doing that small area. And I kind of agree totally with Mrs. Butters about some of the construction and the large truck traffic and that type of thing on our roads. So thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. I think that is all the written forms that I have. Madam Clerk, do you have anything that was mailed in?
Anne Marie Rates, 806 North Elm. Dear Councilmember Gunn and other city council members and Mayor Mahoney, thank you, Angela, for speaking with me last night about the possible street assessment on Elm Ave between North Street and Floral, which includes approximately 44 residential homes. Loomis Park is on Elm. Is that part of the assessment? Will the city also be built for their portion? Isn't Elm Avenue a main street which has much traffic other than regular vehicles, including heavy semi-trucks, traveling to the industrial part of Elm between Page Ave and High Street. Other traffic includes state police, fire, and ambulances, all of which have contributed to the poor condition of the road. What about from north to Michigan, which is also in terrible condition? It just seems like it should be funded by state or local government, not tax-paying residents. The last few years have been hard on many, so many of us struggling to exist month to month. In the last 6 months, here have been some of the increases that I've experienced: property taxes, insurance, water, sewer, consumers' energy, gasoline to get to and from work, groceries, the list goes on. Unfortunately, my wages haven't increased to accommodate the cost of the above expenses. An additional assessment would be a burden for me and for my fellow neighbors who work so hard to keep our homes well maintained throughout the year. I appreciate this opportunity to express my concerns in this matter. I am unable to attend this meeting due to my work schedule and not being able to afford to take off. May God bless you. Lynn Morris, 718 North Elm. We like having good streets, but we do not feel it is fair to assess these residents for a main road off of the highway that is a truck route. The semis will continue to damage the road. All of Elm is bad, all the way to High Street. Even in its current condition, no one drives the speed limit, and it will just be worse. Other streets in town need serious work. You can hardly drive on northeast neighborhoods. It seems it depends on the quote-unquote neighborhood whether they even try to fix them. City taxes are high, and with water bills being raised, it is very hard for a lot of households to even make ends meet to stay in their homes. Apartment prices are so high, can't afford that either. Shelters are full. There will be no place for people to live. I know they have been selling houses in this area lately, which in turn is higher taxes. Then an assessment on top of that, plus older or single parents trying to make ends meet. They have lived there a long time. Even families, not just high wages, are here. Other streets, Ganson, Brown, etc., get fixed and just fall apart again. Seems like swampland under the roads, so it just keeps happening, unless it's bad sewer pipes. Seems like they can take money from excess funds and allocate to road fund. How many statues do we need, even though they are nice? The looks of a town have been improving, but there should be a way for necessary things to come first. The big black light poles are a little obsessive. Downtown they look nice, but all over is a bit much. When most streets are bad and they just fall apart after being fixed. We do have winter, and maybe all of Michigan needs better materials. I am the power of attorney for my very senior mother and just trying to keep her living in her home on her Social Security. There is no way she can afford assisted living. Thank you for your consideration. Roger Bradford, 809 Elm. In consideration of repaving of Elm Street from Floral Ave to North Street, we have never heard of residents paying for road repairs as we already pay federal, state, local taxes and gas taxes. This would create a hardship for us as we are in our mid-70s on Social Security and work part-time to make ends meet. I believe we would have to sell if this is too high for us to afford.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Counsel?
Yeah, I have a question about the M. So I always thought that was that's not a trunk line, or it's not. I guess when I first got on council, I know he talked about Elm Street, Elm Road. I thought that was always a major road state owned. John, can you help me out?
Elm Avenue, it does have a interchange.
Can't hear you. There you go.
I clicked the button. Yeah, Elm Avenue has got the interchange with I-94, but it is a city street. It is a street that's eligible for federal aid, and this project is receiving federal funds to assist with the construction, but it is a city street.
I'll allow it if you fill one out afterwards for me and just pass it up, please. And just make sure you state your name and address for us.
Okay. I'm Teresa Harrell. I live at 720 North Elm Ave. In the winter, they will call us and tell us not to park on the road because it's their emergency service road, which all the plows come down there first. I feel like the plows do a lot of damage, and I feel like it is a city road, but it's also like MDOT is down the street, and it's their main service road where all the plows come out of. Also, other areas have voted on millages to work on their roads. Is there some reason why the city does not do that? Or why it's not presented as a millage where we could all vote on it? And those are my two.
Mr. City Manager, you want to address those questions for us?
I can address the millage question. What you've hit on is the question of 2024. Should the city of Jackson continue to pursue street assessments to fund street reconstruction, or should we put together a plan for a millage to have the voters decide that measure? It's a math problem. So I've challenged the staff to figure out the math and then present some options to city council and let city council decide, because this comes up every time. Every meeting we have a project. We hear out of one side of people's mouths, we want new roads, and the other side of the mouth, we can't afford, or we don't want to pay for it. We can't have both. It has to be paid for by something. And this project actually has the benefit of being over 50% funded by federal funds. So that's the largest portion of it. The street assessments are the smallest portion of it. It's not like that in every project, but this one just happens to work that way. But yes, the question of 2024 for the city council will be, what path do we want to go on? And hopefully we can bring you some ideas and different paths for you guys to evaluate and talk with constituents all summer long before you make a decision on if this should be something put on the ballot. But ma'am, you seem to be in favor of millages, and some people aren't, and they prefer special assessments. And so that's kind of where we are.
Can we just give a breakdown of what the next steps would be, just for clarity purposes for everybody present?
Yeah, John, you want to handle how this project goes from now?
Yes, this project is, we're looking at the hearing of necessity right now to see if it is necessary. I'm a little bit late on bringing High Street and Elm to you for the hearing of necessity, because we've already, the plans are prepared and we're getting close to taking bids on them. So the bids would be coming in this spring, and it would come back to city council probably in March with the assessment rolls. If you approve the hearing of necessity today for this, then the bids will be taken. We will come back with the assessment rolls, and then construction would happen during the summer. So that is the schedule this is under. Does that answer your question, or was there more?
Sounds like I hear these buttons clicking over here. It sounds like it might be some more questions.
I have a
Councilmember Hunt.
question. Can we be provided some clarification as to why just a portion of the street is being considered for reconstruction and not the entire road?
basically that has to do with eligibility of federal funds. We've got 300 and, am I on the right street? This project has 329,600 of federal funds. And so we are looking at the portion of Elm Avenue from North to Floral. That originally was constructed in 1957-58. I clicked the button.
It's on, they just need to turn it up in the back.
Yeah, I've clicked the button. It sounds like it's on when I hit it and everything, so. No closer than this. If we took that 320, well, what I was saying is that this portion was built in 57-58. Just to the north of Floral was built in the early 1980s, about 84, 85. The portion to the south was rebuilt in the early 2000s. And so we look at, you know, where the different segments have been built, what years, and how much federal funds we can get for different projects. And so that's where we have made the decision that the dollars fit into this project and doing this segment of road. Yes, in the 80s, that's still a 40-year-old road, where this project is a 65-year-old road, something like that. So that's why this segment is being done right now. As we get additional funds, we will do what work we can do.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to point out a couple things too. So the city engineer alluded to this, but really what we're voting on right now is whether or not this stretch of road is in dire enough need of repair that it's necessary. We're passing a resolution saying this part of Elm needs to be repaved. It's necessary. The next step over the next course of months is that we will create an assessment roll. We'll send it to all the property owners, so those property owners will know down to the cent how much they're expected to pay. In assessments, they'll have the opportunity actually to petition against the project as a whole. And if they pass a petition or get a petition signatures from more than half of property owners, it would require 6 out of 7 council members to vote in favor of the project anyway and move forward with it. It's been done before. It's happened about 3 or 4 times. If I heard 44 properties are along this stretch, that averages out to about $3,300 a home. It's not going to be the same for everybody, but that's on average. And people do have 10 years to pay that if it does come to pass with interest. Usually it was about 3 or 4% interest. So that's all things to consider as we move forward. But a vote yes tonight isn't to approve assessments for property owners. It's to approve the project as a whole. We'll move forward and then we'll cross that bridge. It sounds like in the spring.
Thank you. Council, any additional comments? Okay. Looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. The ayes have it. And now we are looking for a motion and support for the resolution ordering the construction and preparation of the special assessment roll.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
Mine's in a different tab. It showed up earlier, it's just not showing up now. No. All right, let me go back out and see what happens. I rejoined the meeting. It had me out of the meeting. So now let's try it.
Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call vote for us, please.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave?
Yes.
Okay, passes unanimous. And that brings us down to item C, looking for a motion and support to open a public hearing of necessity for street reconstruction on East Avenue, Plymouth Street to Michigan Avenue.
Motion.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say the same. And passes unanimous. Public hearing is open. I don't see any written petitions to speak on this particular item. Madam Clerk, anything mailed in? No? Council, any discussion? Okay. Seeing or hearing none? Need a motion?
If I could ask that question online, I'll submit a form.
Please, thank you. Just make sure you state your name and your address for us.
Yes, sir. Rob Clark, one of the managers at Eaton Aerospace Facility on 300 Southeast Avenue. And so I guess I just have a question, really just for clarification of business, is when is that project scheduled to take place so that we can, because I don't know, I mean, there was no information in the notice I got stating a timeline, so we need to make sure that we're logistically prepared for this project before it takes place.
This project is being funded with Environmental Protection Agency funds, and the EPA is currently in review of this project. The first person that was working on it has retired, and now there's a second person working on it, and it's been taking way longer than what we expected, and until they move it out of their review process, we can't even calculate a schedule at this point in time. We don't even know if we are able to bid in 2024, if we will be able to get the materials and start in the 2024. Right now, we're figuring this is probably going to be a 2025 construction.
Okay. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions sparked from that? Okay. Seeing or hearing none, looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Public hearing is closed. Now I'm looking for a motion and support for the resolution ordering the construction and preparation of the special assessment roll.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay. Item passes unanimous. And that brings us down to item number 7, citizens' comment. And I will start how we normally do with reading the rules for speaking before the city council. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizens' comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number 3, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Mr. Arturo Puckering. Okay.
Got the Shaquille O'Neal thing going. It's not easy being 6'4". So my name's Arturo Puckering. I just wanted to come and introduce myself as we approach really the tail end of this year. It went by quick. I'm coming to Jackson as the executive director of the Housing Commission, coming with over a decade of housing and supportive services and social services experience. I came to this great state about 10 years ago for law school, took a position with Community Action working in housing, and it's been up ever since. One of the key things that I'll bring and the lens that I'll bring is, in my backdrop, we've always done these annual community health needs assessments where we partner with our local officials, our other nonprofits, all the stakeholders in the community, and we identify what the key barriers to economic opportunity are in our area. And if we identify that we're not providing those services and none of our partners regionally or locally are providing those programs, we write out a grant, we write out to the state or the federal government, and we aim to address those issues. Here, we aim to maintain quality, safe, sanitary, and affordable housing. With the commission, my goal is to make sure that we're bringing folks in, helping provide the services to get them up, and then out on that path to self-sufficiency. Excited to be revising and updating as we fast approach our new 5-year plan. It's going to be in concurrence with the bicentennial of this great city, and just excited to be a part of this process with all of you. So, thank you.
Diane Tolman.
Diane Toman, 512 Spark Street, Jackson. My concern is with the future assignments of committees or commissions. It would be nice if you would limit a person's ability to reside only on one committee at a time. Also, it would be good if we didn't assign any employees to these committees. Everyday people and residents need to help grow our city and also decrease the apathy of voting in elections. The everyday resident needs to be more involved. No married couples on committees. Place the information of vacancies on the city website, just like the county does. That would be very helpful for people to apply to them. And also, that would give you enough applications to choose one of them. Also, each committee or commission needs to have the members listed on a website so that other residents in the city can see them also. The community working together for a goal, common good, or improvement is important in our next 5 years. Also, it would be helpful if when someone's running for election, that the city clerk or someone else from the city calls and informs the people who have ran for an office of who won and what the margin was, not letting us find out on social media. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Christy Davis.
Kirsty Davis, 612 4th Street. I want to say congratulations to Londa. Super excited to see what you're going to do with us in the 5th Ward. Not what, but how you're going to do us, whatever. You know what I mean. Will, thank you so much for clarifying what the hearing of necessity was for. I don't know if anybody else, but I didn't really understand that. So thank you. That was fantastic. At the last meeting, Eric Rice spoke for the stuff that they're wanting to do, purchase with T.A. Wilson. I, as a 5th Ward resident, I am super excited about that opportunity in our ward. So I really hope stuff can kind of move forward with that. And it sounds like what the new Housing Commission director said, sounds like they're kind of looking for stuff to move people up and out of there too. I don't know, just from what I heard right now. But so I'm excited. I think 2024 is going to be a good year. So congratulations, Connor and Shalonda. Hope we get some fun going. Thank you very much.
TJ?
Tracy Joe Sutliff, 848 South Lakeside Drive. I just wanted to come up here and thank you guys so much. You know, for 6 years I've been beating feet on these streets and helping the homeless. And I finally got a place for the people that it's hard to work with. We got these pallets, and I had a whole stack of notes, but I just want to read a couple from people that have been staying there. This one said, "This shelter saved my life. I just got out of rehab and had nowhere to go. I had no clothes. They helped me by getting me clothes, made me feel safe. I had a shower and a good meal for once. Thank God for people that put this together for all of us." Speaking on that, Jonathan has went above and beyond, and I'm talking he's helped us when he's not working. It was so nice to see Daniel there yesterday in his street clothes. I was so tired, but I wanted to give you a big hug and thank you. All the support has been amazing. The community has come together, and for real, it's taken care of us. We have meals. We got a free clothing store kick in. We have, today we just got a bunch of hats, mittens, and they just told me it was unlimited. We work with the clothing depot. We get unlimited clothes. So let me read just a couple more. One thing the shelter means to me is a new start for me and my baby. We do have one kid there. He's 2 years old. Another person said, "A new chance of life to make a better life for me, so I have a chance to get an apartment or a house." This one says, "This temporary shelter has been a big move for myself. I was literally under a bridge and have a PAPS machine and couldn't plug it in anywhere. I personally want to thank the city for opening this place. Thank you for giving me a place to rest and bathe." Today I had a tear in my eye. This guy said to me that for 18 months he's had his backpack and his clothes on, and last night in the pallet was the first time that he's been able to take his clothes off and feel so secure with a locked door. And he's really a rough one, and he got a job. So we got success stories already. I don't want to share them all with you yet, but I really just want to thank you for listening to me. I mean, I've done so much, and you guys did it, and I'm just so proud of this town. Everybody tells me, "Don't go with the city, they're not going to help you," and you guys did. You guys stepped up and did more than I could ever imagine, and I'm just excited to show you guys the success stories and what we got going on. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
William Hastings.
William Hastings, 1231 Highland. So to kind of start with the big picture, the story of 2023 was there's a big tug of war over all the different ways to spend ARPA money. And at this point, the money has pretty much been all allocated or pre-allocated, as in the case of MLK-CIA, which is a multifaceted project, a lot of different money going in different directions. So we're now on the eve of 2024. So the story of 2024 is not going to be how the ARPA money was allocated, but how ARPA-funded projects and initiatives are actually executed. So 2024 is game day. So there's a great disturbance in the force this week in the Jackson, Michigan nonprofit world. A letter from the city manager was distributed begging for donations for the T.A. Wilson Center for, quote, clothing, food, toiletries, office and cleaning supplies, transportation, and legal fees. So using the numbers that the city manager himself used in the open letter, the city has spent $750,000 to date on T.A. Wilson and pallets, with another $200,000 expended for RIA and another entity. So that's $950,000 expended by the city of Jackson for a shelter that houses 30 people max per the letter, and the city manager has to go begging money from the public for food, clothing, and toiletries. That really doesn't add up. That's a disaster. That's a disgrace. But it gets even worse. In the letter, in the first line of the letter, Mr. Green, you refer to the T.A. Wilson campus as the homeless shelter in Jackson. Given the fact there's been zero media coverage of the opening of T.A. Wilson as a shelter, many, if not most people in Jackson would have been completely fooled by the language referring to, quote, the homeless shelter in Jackson, Michigan, when the interfaith shelter has been operating since 1974. 1974. This is willful deception, number one, and number two, highlights the massive planning failure behind this venture. People who do charitable work in Jackson for genuine altruistic reasons are beside themselves. They are livid. The city has showered almost $1 million on this vanity project of Jackson City Council, and just 10 days into operation, they are crying that the pantry is bare. The Homeless Wintering Task Force has been meeting since June. All the proposals for T.A. Wilson you publicly crow about, your multiple stakeholders and shareholders and partners, and yet there's a lack of basic necessities to be had on day one. Imagine my surprise. The city owns T.A. Wilson and its grounds. The city is 100% legally liable for any persons who are mistreated, assaulted, injured, or, God forbid, who may die there, be that person a staffer, visitor, or resident. Your questionable choices are already bearing questionable fruit. Thank you.
John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. Last week, with it being more of a ceremonial meeting, normally I wouldn't have gone to it, let someone else have a seat and all that stuff. But when I did that 2 years ago, of course, I got called out by you, Mr. Mayor, and Freddie Dancy that, I just couldn't stand to see, the insinuation that, someone black being sworn in as mayor. And so you called me out on that. So you basically mandated that I had to be here.
I respect that.
And so after the next meeting, that's where part of the Mr. Black Mayor came from, the derisive, thing that, that you're making fun, trying to make fun of me. They had also included, you saying that because you're black, maybe crime would go down if you're elected mayor and some other issues. And so the next day, the next day after that meeting, you kind of insinuated I wouldn't have dared done it during, the previous meeting, insinuating maybe your posse or whatever might have beaten me up or something like that. So I was basically mandated by you to come here, and I couldn't just, sit or say, oh, great job, everyone. So, I picked the topic, the campaign lies and stuff. I was going to do like there's the song by Three Dog Night, Liar, but I forgot to do it, last week, so I apologize for getting that. I want, add some production value to it, and I just totally forgot to So that's sort of the, the background to people that, why, maybe I gave the certain thing last week. I know, now, well, I was going to say, I voted for John James against Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters. So race to me, doesn't play an issue in who I vote for. That might be Connor Wood, who, that's important to him. And he voted for Joe Biden, literally, and we've seen
Thank
the
you, Mr.
disaster.
King.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
You too.
Rob Clark.
I think that was
the
a late turn in.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for filling it out wherever you went. Mr. Thurston.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Thurston. I live in Jackson, Michigan. I wanted to address the council about the conflicts of interest with the nonprofit organizations, particularly, I guess, in the context of the current Wilson School project. I've heard from numerous residents that they do not want TJ Sutliff to be involved at all with that project. She was fired from Jackson Interfaith Shelter. She was fired from another shelter project at I think it was a Calvary Church, another shelter project at the St. John's UCC, another shelter project at the America's Best called Echo, and the Jackson Housing Commission. And she also was heavily involved in the needle program that led to countless deaths and overdoses in Jackson, Michigan, including Jackson Housing Commission employees and Jackson Housing Commission customers while she worked there. And it's, if people are wondering why they're finding needles in their front yard and stuff like that, there's so many people overdosing in Jackson, or that there's a huge increase, a lot of it is because of her and Connor Wood and his wife, who pushed for legislation to pass an ordinance in Jackson, Michigan to allow for needle dispensaries to pop up in our city. The needle dispensaries are operating across the street from Jackson High School. That means they are operating in a school zone, which is illegal under state and federal law, which supersedes local ordinances of any kind. So people do have valid concerns. Numerous people have complained that they allow people to do drugs at the, I think it's Home of New Vision or something like that. And that generally, Reed Manor residents have complained that it's triggering to them when people do, as she described, people leave rehab with essentially nothing. And the places that they go to for help are putting needles right in their faces and enabling dealers and other users to just kind of hang out, even if they're not paying customers. She also described abusing her job by letting people that were not paying customers come live in the hallways of the Reed Manor when she was an employee before she was fired from there. Instead of offering people a contract, which Jackson Housing Commission controls 540 apartments that are federally funded from HUD, also receive state and city grants. She said sleep in the hallway, which is not fair to the paying customers, and it's not fair to homeless people at all. I'm not completely against having a outreach for homeless people. I do respect them, and I want them to have the best and equal life that I would like to have for myself. A door that I can control, nobody passing out needles in my hallway, nobody inviting drug dealers into my home, and nobody denying me a legal contract lease where it says you own and control this property and you have rights under the Fair Housing Act. And I do have legal solutions for a lot of the problems that the city of Jackson faces right now. But I just wanted to say, look, I do support the homeless people in Jackson. They are Americans and they
Thank you,
deserve
Mr. Thurston.
equal rights. Thank you.
Patricia Grindle. Major. Patricia Grindle.
And I don't have the problem that the man had that earlier. My name is Patricia Grindle. I am living at 5060 Rock Tree in Blackman Township. I don't know if you need to know that. I've never been to a city council meeting before. So I'm very excited to be here tonight. My husband and I are the administrators and pastors at the Salvation Army here in Jackson. We've been here for about a year and a half. And in my line of work, I just get appointed and sent to wherever the Salvation Army and God decides I need to live and where they need me to serve. And I just wanted to thank the city and the people who are here. The support that has been given to the Salvation Army here in Jackson is just incredible. And the things that we are able to do because of the people who support us. As we're looking at Christmas coming, we have almost 500 families that will be coming next Monday and Tuesday to receive Christmas gifts and items. And we are so thankful for the generosity of the people and the businesses, the churches, individuals, as I said, that have come and given gifts, food, toys, clothing, all of those kinds of items. To support the Salvation Army, because we can't do what we do at the Salvation Army without the people of Jackson and this area. You are the army behind the army here. And so I also want to say, just on a personal note, I really love the mayor here. I really wanted to vote for Daniel Mahoney. I voted for him in my heart. I was not allowed to because I live in Blackman Township, so I could not vote in the mayoral race. But just as a person, Mr. Mayor, I want you to know that you are loved, you are prayed for by the Christian people here in this community. And for those of you who serve and give your time to the city and the people here, thank you for what you do. It is not a small thing, and we appreciate your hard work and the support that you give. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for letting me talk, and thank you to the city and the people of Jackson for supporting the Salvation Army.
I got a compliment. Okay, that takes care of our citizens' comments and brings us down to item number 8. That brings us down to number 8, petitions and communications from city staff and other governmental entities to be accepted and placed on file. Item A, City of Jackson, Michigan financial statement as of and for the 4 months ended October 31st, 2023.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If it's appropriate, I'll make a motion to accept and place on file items A, B, and C.
Support.
Motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same? Okay. Motion passes. Brings us down to item number 9. Looking for a motion and support on the consent calendar. It's been moved
Support.
and supported. Any discussion on the consent calendar? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
Did you get mine?
Item passes unanimously. And that brings us down to item number 10. Item A, altering outcomes.
Mr. Mayor, if you remember from the last meeting, we had invited Eric Rice from Altering Outcomes to come back at this meeting for a refresh at the proposal, and I think he has some questions answered that were identified at the last meeting. So I turn the floor over to him and ask the control room to switch to the lectern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I know for some this might be a repeat, but we do have some new council members on board with this, so bear with us if you've seen this presentation already. And thank you, Eric, for being here today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did make some changes to the presentation because I have shared it with several council members multiple times. So I took a lot of the staffing information out, and I tried to address all the questions that came up 2 weeks ago. As you guys know, we are partnered with the Interfaith Shelter here in Jackson. We are a staffing organization, and we've partnered with Martin Rhea as well as a handful of other organizations here, Dexter Stamping, Opus, and American Manufacturing in Toledo. Our focus is to help community members. We have a heavy focus on the homeless community to gain willful employment, and we do that by knocking down all different types of barriers. From our very first job fair, we identified that there are issues with transportation, housing, equipment, supplies, and that's what we try to target all of our energy towards. We do a lot of financial aid for our employees. We've helped employees get their first month's rent so they can move out of the shelter and secure a home. We've helped them with housing and all other different types of support. This year we're at $65,000 in financial aid. All in all, these are our numbers for the last year. We've hired 932 community members, 147 are currently active. 100 of the employees are from shelters, release centers, or refugee program. 74 employees are currently on the transportation, which we have 3 vans currently moving employees in and out of Jackson or around Jackson to get to and from work. And to date, we've had 118 employees hired full-time by Martin Rhea. So with that has brought several different challenges that we've identified, but the biggest one is housing here in Jackson. We have a lot of community members that are doing great at their assigned job location, but as soon as housing becomes unstable, their attendance becomes unstable, and then they lose the job, and we're starting this cycle on about a 90-day rotation. Last week there was a lot of discussion about the income, so I just wanted to share a couple examples. These are first I'm going to share what a typical launch for an employee when we meet them at the interface looks like, and then I'll share what the income you can expect to see. So week 1, on day 3, we give them a $50 advance. We give all of our employees a rapid pay card. That allows them to get food and other items that they may need. They typically work 32 hours, which is they start on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and then we provide free transportation for the first week. The second week, we have shoes, so we provide shoes, shirts. We also, so the gross pay is $350. We deduct the shoes, the advance for the $50 the week before, and then the plants issue a badge. Depending on policy, it's typically $10. So net pay is right around $245. And then week 3, they're at gross pay of $450, van pass is $40, and net pay is $400. This is at the lowest wage rate any of our customers have. So I just wanted to share what the lowest income coming into the program would look like. Another example, so these are 3 employees that I have. Right now you can see at 40 hours at the lowest wage rate, they're bringing home right around $305, and that's after a housing allowance, a van, and tax. We have another employee that's another facility that works quite a few hours. They're at about the same pay rate, but they're bringing home $777, again after tax and a van charge. And then our highest wage scale, very challenging, difficult work, but that's at $20.50. 48 hours, they're bringing home $840. So there's a variety of income to support, and we have different options that we can offer all of our employees. But you can see that coming off the streets, even with the housing program, $305 securing transportation, employment, and housing, which is our main mission, is steady income. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we're going to focus on a three-tier level for employment. A lot of team members may question $14 an hour coming into it, but I think what we have to understand is that you can't ask for a certain amount of money and say, well, I'll show you I can do the job later, right? Nobody in front of me, including myself, got to where we are today by using that. We all worked very hard, we proved our worth, and became successful at what we do. And with that, I want to set up a similar three-tier system where we have entry-level General Assembly, so we can get our community members up and working right off the street, launch them into medium-skilled team leader technicians, where the wages go up, and then ultimately transfer them to a high skill, a technical trade or skilled trade. So that is our focus, and we're building the corporate partnerships. For the team here, our mission in life really is to stabilize employment, housing, and transportation. Through that, we have 3 different profit entities. We also have a nonprofit entity where we apply for grants and other types of funding to support the additional costs. So with that being said, that's a quick summary of the staffing. I took out a lot of the information, but that brings the 2 new members up to speed, hopefully, a little bit about what we do. Housing is a huge need. So T.A. Wilson, we're here tonight because we would like to purchase the T.A. Wilson from the city. We believe the property meets the needs for our community members. We want to instill desire, faith, security, accountability, privacy, food preparation, hygiene, and child care. We look at it as being an employment campus. With that, we look at a projected cost for the employees. Our goal is to be at $150 or less, where $115 is towards the rent and utilities, $10 goes towards the employee's saving account for first month rent when they move out, $15 for the program sponsor and program management, and then $10 a week drug screening. Our program, we're looking at a 24-month program. Phase 1 being 39 weeks, phase 2 would be 26 weeks, 26 weeks for phase 3, and then phase 4, what we call the launching pad. That's where we're getting our employees secured with their own transportation as well as the next level of housing. When you look at this, really the phase 1, part of this starts with fiscal responsibility. So we want to be able to secure the needs first and the wants secondary. So phase 1, there's 100% payroll deduct, meaning the rent portion of the housing, 100% would be coming directly out of their paycheck. Phase 2 is 80%, phase 3 40%, and then phase 4 is 0%. You can see the drug screening. We would start out weekly, then move to biweekly, monthly, and then as needed or none. Room inspections, we would maintain the rooms daily. Room inspections to start out, then we would go to weekly, monthly, and none. And then house chores, we would always maintain our property. It's very important to us and our program. Prerequisites for the program ultimately would come from the employer for performance and attendance, as well as the interface shelter. As Residents in Action is coming up to speed, we've already visited there to see if we can expand our employment opportunities there as well. But ultimately, if they're meeting the accountability metrics and their good behavior and sobriety with an approval certificate from the shelter, they would qualify to enter the program. The first phase of the program would be very similar to the rules of the interface shelter as they operate today. Guests would not be permitted. We talked about the inspections, weekly accountability reviews with the manager, maintain less than 5 attendance points, 0 written write-ups these are both for the job, random drug and alcohol testing, and 100% payroll deduct. For phase 2, guests are still not permitted. We would do daily room inspections, weekly house chores, accountability reviews, attendance, performance, drug screening, and sorry, it says 100, but it was 80% payroll deduct. Phase 3, at this time, we are allowing guests would be permitted with limited hours. We would have weekly room inspections, weekly house chores, biweekly accountability reviews, the same attendance and performance requirements, drug testing, and then 40% payroll deduct. And then finally, phase 4, this is our launching pad. Guests would be permitted within a curfew. They would have monthly room inspections, still the weekly house chores, and the same performance expectations. And for this phase of the program, they would now be 100% responsible for paying their rent and utilities. When we look at the TA Wilson, I know it's not a AutoCAD drawing, but I did want to be able to give you guys an image that you could see because we talked about it last week. But basically, we have the pallets in the annex that would be operating outside. And then our phase 1 would, we would move from phase 1 to phase 4 as we walk down the main hallway and to the left. We do plan on leasing out for 24-hour childcare. We think that's a huge necessity here in the city, as well as allowing more community members to enter the workforce. We would have a drive staffing employment center, a resource center, an administration center, as well as transportation, parking, and maintenance, because we do have currently 6 vans altogether that are traveling in and out. A couple of the questions that we had, Mr. Mayor, you asked, can we fast track the 24 months? Absolutely. If you're ready to graduate the program, you can move out of the program. But when I looked at that, I was looking at community members that need the additional support. Quite frankly, a lot of community members that could just move in and out of the program most likely wouldn't need the support of the program. But if you have all the requirements and you're on your own, you can get into an apartment and transportation, hold employment, most definitely our community members can move out earlier than the 24 months. Open to families, no, it would not be open to families. Ideally, long-term, we would like to have men, women, and families, but families bring in a whole nother level of resources and management that we are not equipped to support at this time. However, by pulling resources out of the interfaith quicker or RIA, we would be able to make more room at the shelters and services that we currently have. Criminal records. So our employment records, most of our employers are felon-friendly, but they do typically stay away from CSC or violence, severe violence, violent crimes. And then the other thing that we do look at is just recurring patterns. If we're not learning from our past mistakes and there's just a history of recurring behavior, then we would most likely not bring them into the employment program. Again, it's imperative to keep our community safe and our campus safe. Drug and alcohol testing, in terms of it being intrusive, it is a requirement. It would be a dry campus, so the expectation would be that the community members that are participating in the employment program would remain dry. It's also a requirement for employment. So in the event that there's ever a drug screen requested post-hiring date, that would lead to termination. Wage opportunities, when we look at it, we're at 30 to 42 and a half base wage rates for our employees. Our program funding, we're working with Martin Ria and investors as well as grant funding, so it would be self-funded. And then if the program does not succeed, that was a question that was asked as well that threw me off guard, but the more I thought about it, childcare is a huge critical need, as well as apartments, and a resource center is what we would utilize the facility for. And that's it for the presentation.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Council, what questions do we have?
Thank you, Eric, for the presentation. I do have a couple questions. You spoke about the financial aspect. Is there any financial literacy that will be provided to the individuals participating in this program?
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked with CMB here locally, as well as one, and both of them have offered to do financial courses.
Okay. And then felony friendly, can you just expound upon that a little bit? Is it a certain period of time that the individual may have had that felony on their record that would determine whether or not they're eligible?
No, it's, if there's a CSC, they're typically not eligible to, we have to review each one of those with the employer. It's very, very rare that is accepted. We have come into a couple situations where it was approved. But in terms of, we have felons that are just coming out into the job market. So there isn't a time frame. When I look at recurring, if we see the same thing, like multiple B&Es that are just over and over again, then we typically don't bring them into the employment program.
And then lastly, termination, you mentioned that. If an individual is found to be in that status, is it immediately? Is there a grace period? What would that individual expect to?
Yeah, so termination is immediate. We do either testing, off-site testing or on-site testing, and they can choose to do off-site as well if they're not happy with the results with an on-site test. But if they're found at the job site with any type of drug in their system, then it leads to immediate termination. It's in Michigan, it's challenging right now because THC is becoming accepted. However, it's not accepted in the manufacturing arenas. So some of our customers allow us to start employment with positive THC. However, after day one, if for any reason there's a need to be tested and they test positive, it's immediate termination. So that's we follow the drug policies by the corporations, but that's the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for this presentation. Sounds like a great program. I have 3 follow-up questions. Number 1, on your meeting the needs slide, you had listed desire and faith as the first 2. Desire, I'm assuming, is they want to participate in the program and are willing to basically abide by the requirements. Okay. And then can you explain to me the faith portion?
Yeah, the understanding that with that desire, planting that seed and hard work, that they can achieve what they want to achieve.
Okay, thank you. And then you had mentioned like the 3 kind of steps on the pay scale, right? I'm assuming that not everybody's moving up all 3 of those steps based on like their skills, their interests, or whatever. But like if somebody is coming in, like what does the timeline look for them kind of moving up those, or is it just vary by each individual person?
Well, I should have met, prior to running this program, I was managing the facility. And when I was managing the facility in Manchester, I had 2 salary team members that one in a matter of 3 years total came in as a temporary employee, promoted to a team leader, hired in full time, became a supervisor, and now she manages our entire 3rd shift. She's phenomenal. And when I look at that, really there's 2 traits that stick out. She had a great attitude and she was reliable. So in our manufacturing environment, if you have a good attitude and you're reliable, sky's the limit. And that's something that every one of our community members have full control over, right? So that's one example. The other example is one of my managers started out as a temporary employee, sleeping on the floor in an apartment with her children, worked her way up through training and became one of our senior managers. In both cases, they started out with a $14 an hour job and are now making between $80,000 to $100,000 a year.
Great. And then, man, honestly, sometimes I feel like just reliable. Maybe you don't even need the good attitude sometimes, and the way the job market is right now.
There's truth to that.
And then, can you tell me about like the healthcare and other fringes for some of these people? Because obviously, getting people into stable housing and employment is important, but then we got to keep them kind of on that upward track. So,
yeah, that's a very, very, very good question. Our program appears to be different than a lot of different programs that are offered for our community members. And we run into a lot of different challenges. Once you start working, benefits start getting pulled away. So there's you're de-incentivized to work, okay? That being whether it's food stamps, disability, or other services. So those are great for community members, and they're much in need for community members that require those. But it's not a healthy lifestyle, and it's not the type of lifestyle our community members deserve, right? And when you look at what our employees can make through work and employment and progression, there's far more opportunity to progress and do well. So to go to your question, this is a challenge that we are faced with. We just had an employee that came up and said, what do? I lost my health benefits. I make too much money now. I don't have my health benefits. I have a prescription that's due. You know, he was flipping out over it. So we connected with an insurance agent, and she set him up with the marketplace. And his insurance with a $900 deductible is going to be $14 a month in 2024. So it's a low-cost solution, you know, having lost that benefit. Now, any of our employees that hire in with Martin Rio or any one of the customers typically transfer to full benefits if they hire in full-time within 90 days. In terms of the housing program, if we're managing the payroll deduct and you're living in the housing, then it would be up to the 24 months. So they have the option. We have 2 employees right now that had the option of hiring in and taking the benefits or moving into the housing program, and they opted to do the housing program. But that is an option that they have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, any additional questions? So I think my only question would be, since council doesn't have any additional questions, my major question would be the cost of renovation is not going to be cheap, as you can see how much it cost us by the full detailed report of what we spent on just the annex. What is the plan for renovation? Like, and is there, and well, I'll let you answer that question. I may have a follow-up question.
Yeah, so the plan would be to phase it in through phase 1 through phase 4. So we would be doing construction in those phases as we move throughout the hallway. In terms of investment towards that, it would be supported through ideally the grants as well as our investors and support with Martin Ria.
Hypothetically, way down the line, and I think I know the answer to this, but if we move forward with this and they move forward with this, would this be inspected every 3 years under the NORP?
Not owner-occupied.
Yeah.
It's not owner-occupied, so yes.
I see your wheels turning down there, but nobody want to ask no questions. Come on now.
So I just have a question. So, you're talking about Martin Ria and grants and other investors. Do you actually have a business plan that has a budget and what grants you're going to be looking for and what portion is going to be raised from what sources?
Yeah, so we've already submitted for 2 grants, which were they've been delayed and postponed, but we will get award letters January 4th now. The Breeze being one of them, and then the community center grant was another. One was a federal, one was a state grant. And then in terms of the investors through the support of Martin Ria, I'm working directly with the CEO, Pat Diarmo, as well as his right-hand man, Bruce. And Bruce has helped us put together the business plan. He's also the one that's going to help present to the investors and select investors that are aligned with our mission and help me walk through that process.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dancy.
I guess for me, the most important thing is we can't afford T.A. Wilson. So the sale of the property is the most important thing to me. And I understand the project you got working on, and I know it depends on how council feel. But the most important thing is we have someone in front of us who wants to purchase T.A. Wilson after the sheltering, and I don't know if we'll get another investor who wants to invest in the building. Just the idea of holding on to T.A. Wilson for months or years is just, personally, we can't afford that. So I'm good. I'm real good. I mean, I'm real good. I'm ready.
You ready?
But before I proceed, is there any additional questions for Eric? I don't want to just leave him standing here if we don't have any additional questions for Eric specifically.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I definitely understand and agree that we don't have the finances or budget to support T.A. Wilson and the capacity that it's operating right now past the winter time. But I wouldn't be prepared to make a decision tonight if on this particular proposal personally. Especially without seeing what other proposals may be out there. Right now, the assumption is that nobody else would come forth, but we don't know because we haven't put that out there. Personally, I would rather see like an RFP go out for us to solicit 4 proposals for the property. I would also be interested to have a conversation on what the building would actually sell for. Because we've made a considerable amount of investment in the building at this point, and I know we're looking to get from under it. However, what's going to happen is if someone decides to purchase it and goes a totally different direction, because once they buy it, it's theirs. Next winter, are we going to be faced with the same issue that we've just paid $500,000 for a solution for? So that's some of my concerns. And I would rather take some time. It doesn't sound like, at least in my opinion, of the proposal, and Eric could correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't sound like this is something that's ready to start like next month. Is that? Okay, so I don't think it's necessary for us to take a vote on that particular proposal. I would like to. That would be my personal opinion. I think that we owe it to the due diligence that it took for us to purchase the building. It was not a swift decision for us to purchase it. I don't think it should be a swift overnight decision for us to sell it either. Mr. City Manager, you want to add?
I leaned over and asked if I could talk about process, and you said what I was going to say. So we bought a lot of property as a council. We haven't sold much, and I was going to recommend kind of an open RFP type thing to see if there are any other suitors out there, and to give council more to chew on. I think what it does is demonstrates to the community that we're looking at a whole bunch of different things. And again, to your point, it would give the ability for respondents, including drive staffing and altering outcomes, to put in writing exactly how they are going to use the building. Will they be keeping what's stood up right now? How will they handle those things? Will those go away? Will the city be looking for something to do something similar in the future in a different place? So I just said a lot and I didn't need to. I'm sorry.
No, I think that was good. Council, is there any other questions, comments, concerns?
Is it safe to assume that we will make a commitment tonight to solicit other interested buyers?
If a motion is put forth.
I'll make the motion to provide a notice to other individuals with consideration for Eric in his presentation that he so eloquently provided to us.
Sounds like a motion for RFP on the sale of the T.A. Wilson property.
I'll support her motion.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion on the motion? Come on with it. Both of y'all down there. Y'all looking like y'all got questions that are just rambling around in your mind. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot wrapped up to this. So there's the property, and then there's the investment that we made into the property. But I also think that it kind of feels like there's this unspoken commitment to look at homelessness and housing and the role that the city and the council will play in that in next year and the year after. So I'm not really sure. I just feel like there's a longer discussion somewhere that we have to have.
Yes, I think with that discussion, it's more than, I really do believe, I always said, I think you need private investors to look into this. I think if we can get the city and the county to really sit down, the public and private, and just look at what we're trying to do, what's the percentage we want to work on, percentage of homelessness or poverty that we want to work on, and have a set percentage that we want to try to, I guess, knock down every year. I think that's be the best way, but how do you get that conversation going? But I really do believe in order for us to, I think we did some things, but to do greater things, we really need a bigger partnership in the public sector and also in the private sector to really make a big dent.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir?
I'd like to see us, if you're comfortable adding a timeline to it, because it doesn't sound like this is necessarily something we need to decide tonight, but there is still a timeline that we need to follow. Sounds like Q1 of 2024, Drive Solutions is looking to do something. And maybe this is a question for the city manager too. Would you be able to publicize a public notice or an RFP this week and get one prior to January 16th? Would give people a month. And that would be our next meeting.
We could do anything. I don't think it's advisable though. While it is a month, it isn't also like the month of August where there's like not a whole lot going on. I think an early January RFP issuance, a mid-February response date, and then giving you the month of March to consider what's going on is probably more appropriate. I think you want detailed proposals. You want to give people time. You want to have people build partnerships, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that too. I don't know if this is appropriate even, but would that be a deal breaker for Drive Solutions, Eric? If we're looking at March? No? Okay. I think I would prefer to do that then myself.
Just a statement, excuse me, for the community. It's the individuals are still going to be taken care of. Like, we're still in operation. And I think it's most appropriate that we take the time. We've taken the time to renovate, and we're pleased that we had the opportunity today to hear some of those success stories. That will continue. I just wanted to make that reaffirming statement. That will continue. And I think as the city council, we want to do our due diligence to make sure that the programs will be sustainable and that the mission that is communicated to us will continue for our city as the constituents phase out of those programs, that it remains open to allow other opportunities as well for those that are moving to the up and coming beautiful city of Jackson. So just want to let the community know that it still will provide services to our members that are in desperation need.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, we're putting an RFP out there for the sale of the property. So we're not necessarily buying a project. We're just asking people how they're gonna, do they want the building and how they're gonna use it? Okay.
Ms. Robinson.
I think it's a good idea, but the questions have been answered because I don't want to hinder the opportunity that we have right now. But in order to know what's out there, investors, all parts of this process, I think it's important that we do a little bit of look-see and then come back. And, I certainly want to thank, I think it's Rick. I get names mixed up. Eric, okay. For all that he's done. I mean, he's been here twice. He's answered questions. He's being thorough. So, I certainly do not want to belittle is the only words coming, but he has really done his due diligence, and he's been very good to us to provide this information twice. Okay. So I appreciate him.
Okay, if all minds are clear, we do have a motion that has been properly supported on the floor.
Were we going to add a date?
With the friendly amendment of the timeline provided by the city manager.
Someone's got to make that amendment because I can't make that.
I think we'll disseminate an RFP in January. We'll get responses by February, and we'll chew on it until March. Okay.
I'm clear.
I second it, or do I just need to say I accept the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Clerk will tally and display the vote.
What? My screen sleep. Oh, gosh. Okay, and I'm in the thing. Sorry, you might have to. I don't.
Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Foregrave?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and absolutely thank you to Eric for the presentation. That brings us down to item B, consideration of appointment of Rules and Personnel Committee. I think we are looking for three council people to serve on this committee. I see some confusing faces. So the Personnel Committee, Rules and Personnel Committee would be responsible for assisting in the evaluation of our four appointed positions. So city manager, attorney, clerk, and our assessor. Jason. Yeah.
Thank you for the explanation.
I think they would still be able to evaluate that contract at that time. Any volunteers before I just start calling out names? I'll be the first to volunteer. I would like to serve on there, so I'll be the first to volunteer. Looking for two.
is a yes for Freddie.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Wood? Yeah, who?
Nose goes traditionally under nose goes rules. If you touch your nose, you do not get selected for something.
I was not aware of this.
Parliamentarian.
This is new to me too.
I'll volunteer.
Okay, there's a third. Thank you very much. After much arm twisting.
Yes, thank you both.
And negotiation here at the dais, we have three individuals. Myself, Daniel Mahoney, Mr. Freddie Dancy, and Halita Gunn. And I would make a motion that those three individuals serve on the Rules and Personnel Committee.
Support.
And any discussion?
Just like to thank Councilwoman Gunn for, again, jumping on a figurative grenade. That's 2 in a row now. Really appreciate it.
I agree. Okay. Seeing or hearing no other discussion, clerk will tally and display the vote.
Did you get mine?
Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt,
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Okay. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to new business. Item A, looking for a motion and support to approve the minutes from the November 27, 2023 special meeting.
Second.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Say it again. Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with a roll call for us in the intro.
Councilmember Forgrave,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt,
Yes.
I don't know, I'm looking at the,
Okay.
no.
Councilmember Hunt,
I would like to abstain from that. I was not in attendance.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Okay, passes, but I know that's not correct up there.
Oh, I did it. Yeah, it should be.
It hasn't moved to the next one. It's still showing item B from other business.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Okay, that brings us down to item B. Looking for a motion and support to approve the minutes of the November 28, 2023 regular meeting of the City Council.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk, would you prefer a roll call on this one? Or do you want to test this out?
Well, I can try to test it.
Okay, we will tally and display the vote.
Councilmember Hunt,
Abstain.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Abstain.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Sound like 5-2, 5 and 2 abstentions. Can I get a motion and support for a 5-minute recess?
So moved. So moved. So moved.
Support.
Supported. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we got 5 minutes. Been roughly 7 minutes and 35 seconds. Can we just have a motion and support to return
So moved.
from
Motion
our
to return.
break? It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion on returning from our break? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. We are returned from our break now. Thank you very much. And we are on item C, looking for a motion to support for the 2024 City Council meeting date.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, passes unanimously. And that brings us down to item D. Looking for a motion and support to approve a resolution reducing the number of voting precincts in the city of Jackson from 14 to 10.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I'd like to thank the clerk for answering my questions about this on the phone. I found it to be very informative, and this is a cost-saving measure that will not impact wait times or any of our voting administration, except to make it easier on staff and residents.
Any additional comments, questions, concerns?
Nope.
Nope. I think we got them answered the last time. Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. That brings us down to E, looking for a motion and support for the adoption of notice of intent resolution for the water system revenue bonds.
Motion.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm gonna start counting that as you do want to have some discussion.
I like Heather a lot, but I won't vote.
She's not Tim Pickett, so.
Okay. Seeing or hearing no discussion on the item, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. That brings us down to item F, looking for a motion and support for the adoption of notice of intent resolution for a sewer system revenue bond.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to item G, looking for a motion and support for the approval of Amendment 1 to the 23-006 MLK Corridor Reimagined Engineering Contract with Hubble Roth and Clark Incorporated of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, at a not-to-exceed cost of $108,200, and authorize the city manager and the city engineer to sign the appropriate document.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Just one question. Is there a time frame for when the community meetings will start happening around the reimagining of MLK?
I think we talked about that, John, didn't we?
I caught part of your question, is the timeline of what?
Timeline for community input and discussions around the reimagining of the MLK corridor.
The,
MLK.
on the consent calendar was the scheduling of a public hearing which will be January 16th. So that'll be the first presentation of the plans that were in the RAISE grant application, so they can get an idea of what the schematic is. And so that'll be the beginning of public input and comment. And then as we're moving forward, this amendment here is because we were thinking at first that we were going to get an additional EPA money to do the water and sewer. And that is in the federal bill for the fiscal 2024 budget. After seeing the Speaker of the House getting booted out because he's trying to negotiate on the budget, I don't see the budget going anywhere anytime soon. And so it looks like this is just going to be covered with the RAISE grant and the construction that we're doing there. And so that's why I'm trying to pull the lead services out, so we do not have to go to council, or to go to MDOT with project with lead services in there. And so this work here is anticipated being done in 2024 with the construction using the money of the RAISE grant starting in, because that's a mile-long project, we anticipate 2 years of construction. And so it'll be 25 and 26 will be the timeline of construction. Anticipating, the way I see it right now, it'll be from Morrell to High Street in 25, High Street to South Street in 26. That is the plans that is it's moving forward right now as we're envisioning them.
That being said, Mr. Mayor, we'll have the first presentation in January, and I'd like to get on the MLKCIA agenda also in January, and then host a separate meeting at the King Center in the, somewhere along the corridor, to keep talking about the project and presenting how it's going to look and getting feedback. So when we put the street back together, we'll include the community's concerns and comments.
Okay, and I know this is, thank you for the timeline on when the project would start.
One thing to add to that is on the consent calendar that was approved tonight was the engineer's report to bring the hearing of necessity to the January 30th meeting also. So the public hearing showing what the road plan is, and then the hearing of necessity will be in the first couple meetings in January.
Okay, thank you. So, and essentially what I'm hearing you say is that the dollars that we were anticipating being able to use to make sure that the water and sewer line replacement would happen simultaneously, looks like it's not going to be available for that project. Okay, so that will lead to my next question, and I don't need an answer to this today, but what are we doing to consider and make sure that that gets done? Because I think it would be a travesty to have that road completely redone without making sure that that underground infrastructure also get done.
Well, we're planning on doing the all the infrastructure.
It's just out of that same pot of money you're saying then?
It's
from the
actually going
RISE
to be out of water and sewer funds.
Out of water and
Our
sewer.
contingency is to out of our own water.
Okay.
So we're shifting
Okay.
projects around.
Thank you.
Can't do the street without doing underground.
Thank you very much. Just want to make sure. I've seen a street or two be torn up more than once.
Whew, I do know a guy who did that here before.
We won't speak of. Yes, I just wanted to make sure I posed the question. Council, is there any additional questions on the matter? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Madam Clerk, if you want to proceed with a roll call, that would be perfectly fine.
Councilmember Foregrave?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Item passes unanimous and brings us down to item H. Looking for a motion and support for the approval of Amendment 2 to the 23-002 Major Street Engineering Contract with Hubble Roth and Clark Incorporated of Bloomfield Hills at a not-to-exceed cost of $103,540, and authorize the city manager and engineer to sign the appropriate document.
Move approval.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. That brings us down to item I, looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution to rename all of the city trails that are part of the Iron Bell Trail from Weatherwax Road to Monroe Street as the Martin Luther King Jr. Equality Trail, and authorize the mayor and the city clerk to execute the appropriate document.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
So this will be the trail through the entire city of Jackson. Okay.
It's a small portion from Monroe Street to just short of I-94 is still within the city, and that will be part of the Michael Levine Trail as it comes from up by the prison area. Part of the Michael Levine is already in Jackson County up there. And as Blackman Township builds their portion, they're actually coming into the city to Monroe Street. And so that will be the Michael Levine. And that gives it a Monroe Street as a break for the naming rather than just a spot in the middle of the woods underneath I-94 is basically what's happening. But yes, this is pretty much the entire city coming from Weatherwax, which is actually outside the city in Summit Township, but it's land that we own, the old railroad tracks, coming up through, going up around and going all the way to Monroe Street will all be named that. Currently, it's named at least 3 different segments, different names.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the item? See it or hear none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimously, brings us down to item J. Looking for a motion and support to approve a resolution to approve the road diet on Lansing Avenue from Stewart Avenue to Clinton Road and the realigned intersection of Lansing Avenue, Clinton Road, and Hill Street, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the appropriate document.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I'm just very excited about this.
It's not even in my ward, I'm very excited about it.
That makes 3 of us.
Yeah.
I see Shalonda just shaking her
Yeah.
head, yes, 4.
Anybody who travels that way.
5. And I think we are all excited about it.
It was
Yes,
nice
indeed.
having an opportunity to see the pictures.
Yeah. It's gonna be nice. Okay. Clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimous. And that brings us down to item K, looking for a motion and support to approve the LOA between the city and union member groups POLCS, POLCNS, and IAFF to reform the pension age and service requirements within their current agreements.
Second.
Oh, we beat you. Moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
So is this what, because I know years ago we changed it. So why we changing it back?
They deserve it.
No, they don't.
I don't, I'm not saying anything else after that.
No, go ahead, go ahead. You can talk. I'll let you talk.
When the pension system changes were first negotiated, we threw a lot at the wall, and some stuck and some didn't. This provision to come back to 25 years and out is really needed for two reasons. One, the increase of years of service requirement didn't have the impact to the pension system that the other changes that we made to it, like the annuity withdrawal provisions, the final average compensation provisions, and other hours counting towards overtime and pension caps. Years of service actually didn't really move the needle at all. But what it did do is it took us from being competitive in the public safety retirement field and made us non-competitive. At the time, we thought more communities were going to increase their years of service requirements for retirement, but it didn't materialize. And so now we find ourselves at a competitive disadvantage for attracting and retaining police officers and firefighters. They're going to communities that have both still a defined benefit plan and also 25 years and out. In my opinion, there's no reason to go back to a defined benefit plan. We have a hybrid pension plan for hires, for employees hired after 2012, July 1st, 2012, where they have a defined benefit and a defined contribution. I don't see any reason to change that. But moving back the years of service to 25 years in order to be fully retire is an appropriate measure. What makes this so attractive to the city is that this idea was brought forth by the bargaining units, and they said they would pay for the increase in contributions to make this happen. So we commissioned an actuarial study, collaborated on different scenarios that it would look at, and then they all coalesced around an option. They took all this ownership on their own and did this all on their own and brought this solution to us. And we evaluated it for a really, really, really long time and feel comfortable because it's a letter of agreement, because it can expire, because we will have to talk about, there's two different things. We have to talk about, even talking about baking it into the contract in the future. It felt like a relatively safe move on behalf of the city that helps us, like I said, retain and attract some good talent. I take a really long time to answer Freddie's questions because I want to be thorough. And I know how long he likes the meetings to go.
Any additional questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So this will be quicker. But you know, on the campaign trail, it came up a lot that we weren't hiring police officers, and I always like to point out the fact that we posted for a patrol officer position within the city for over 2 straight years, I'm pretty sure, and hopefully this changes that.
Okay, clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, item passes unanimously. That brings us down to item L. Looking for a motion and support to approve a resolution for payment in lieu of taxes for workforce housing project sponsored by Green Development Ventures, LLC. So moved.
Support.
It's moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
Yes, could I just a little more explanation, please, about the pilot, the 10%. Just help me out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Shane come up.
You gonna have Shane come
I'm gonna
up?
have Shane come up. He's been quiet all night.
He just here.
And,
Well,
and building homes in the city of Jackson is his
I
bailiwick.
know. You got a time limit, Shane.
Yep.
2 minutes.
Be done by tomorrow.
Oops. Madam Clerk, start the timer, please.
Slow walking it.
2.
Good evening, council. I appreciate the humor. I'll keep it to 20 minutes. Several months ago, council approved an ordinance to allow for 10% pilots, which we're able to do as a community because of enabling legislation through state law. Pilots are a payment in lieu of taxes, so what will happen is, in this particular one, the developer will have to report the income to the assessor's office from those properties. And then whatever the income is, the payment of the rents, 10% of that will go to the general fund versus what would be the ad valorem taxes. This is a resolution because the ordinance was already created. And if you think of it like you're opening up a folder, the ordinance is the folder, and then you're putting this resolution in it. We will have to, as staff, come back every time the developer wants to take advantage of this pilot. So each time, if they say they want to do 10 properties, we'll come back with 10. If they say they want to do 20, we come back with 20. And we just insert that right back into the envelope of that ordinance. Are there any questions?
So with these first 3, is there a certain number after 3? Is that 10 or more? Are they just going to be?
Whatever council desires, you can approve. Alan Edwin has the option of 136 properties. This is just a tool for development, one of many tools. A brownfield could be used. We're currently the 100 homes. The reason why that works is the city has a down payment assistance program, so that program works in a much different way. This is just another way to provide housing, affordable housing, to those in our community.
Okay. Okay. We good, dude.
Council, any additional questions?
I stopped by the Webster lot on my drive here, and I think it's a perfect location for additional housing, especially at up not to exceed 120% of median, I think is the cap. I think that's my neighborhood. I'd be happy to have more neighbors. I think this is great.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you.
Seeing or hearing no additional questions or comments, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Excuse me. Brings us down to item number 12. Council member comments. Let's start with Vice Mayor Freddie Dancy.
Thank you so much. Welcome, council members, to the to council. Thank you so much for coming out. As of now, there's a tentative date, having a neighborhood meeting 10th January. We're looking at Salvation Army, just waiting on a response back from the major that works. It'll be like 6 o'clock. And the purpose of the meeting is just do talk about tax increments, residential tax increments that can possibly happen over in that area. So we'll advertise that, get that out, and talk more about that. Also, Saturday is we have a fundraiser. Well, Little Mission Center has a fundraiser. You're invited to come out. It's from 10 to 2 at Lily. There's a lot of food, a lot of giveaways. So if you'd like to show up, love for you to show up, just to show up and just walk through and say hi, whatever. But it'd be nice if you showed up. But it's going to be a big event. I look forward to hopefully see you come out. Thank you.
It's a fundraiser for what?
The Little Mission Center, the Children's Center. The Children's Center. Mary,
What's the time again?
10 to 2.
10 to 2, you did say that.
Saturday, 16th. Yeah. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Bye.
All right. Councilmember Robinson.
I don't have much this evening, would just like to wish all the residents of the city of Jackson a very Merry Christmas and happy and prosperous New Year. Thank you to all the staff for all you've done over the year. Always helpful. So wishing everyone at City Hall a Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, I should say, and a Happy New Year. That would be it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to hear that 2024, we will be looking at potential alternative options for streets. I think we've heard a lot in 2023 that gives us pause as whether or not special assessments are the way to go. I'm glad that we're open to entertaining potential other ways to support the streets. So, yeah, I appreciate everybody coming out with their comments tonight, and echo happy holidays to everybody, whatever you celebrate between now and the first of the year. Enjoy your time and enjoy your families.
Thank you. Councilmember Forgrave.
I'd just like to say happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everyone in the city of Jackson.
Councilmember Hunt.
I want to thank the City of Jackson staff for such a remarkable onboarding process within the first week of being a part of the council. Great opportunities to have conversations and learn information. I'm still figuring everything out, but I just want to publicly thank each of you for the time to educate me on the things that I need to know to represent my ward and do the work that I am committed to. Thank you and happy holidays.
Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the city staff for helping me get acclimated and preparing this agenda and the supporting materials. Thank you to council for the warm welcome. Also, Mayor, I include you in the council. You are one. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Early New Year. And tonight is the 6th night of Hanukkah. So as the days get shorter and the nights get darker, may we all make the world a little bit brighter. And to that end, my lovely bride just texted me a picture of our sleeping baby. So if anyone wants to see that after adjournment, come on over.
I would like to see that picture. Okay, I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible. Mr. King, I don't got no posse, but I do got some people who care very deeply about me. Just want to say how emotional of a visit it was to go and see the winter weather homeless shelter, because it doesn't have a name. If you have not, and this is to council, if you have not gone for a tour of the facility and to see the pallets in person, I highly recommend for you to go and see it, see the work, ask what's needed and what we can do to be an additional help during this time for them. The people are, like, I think that TJ did a good job, like, giving some real life quotes, like, that I had to make sure that I wrote down. And like, hearing it from TJ is great. I think TJ is a great representative for the people that she's working for. Hearing it directly from those individuals has a whole nother feeling, I'm telling you. Like, to hear people say, thank you, I don't have to sleep under a bridge anymore. This is the first time I've slept in a bed in a long time. Was an emotional moment for me, and I had my daughter with me because I came from picking her up. I had a work meeting, and then I stopped by for a tour, and she rode with me. And I was telling her afterwards, like how much we needed the homeless shelter when I was homeless. So it has a very deep meaning for me, and it's good to see the work that's happening over there, and the amount of work that was put into it. When you walk in, you can see where we spent our dollars at. I don't know if you guys remember walking through there before. I know some people weren't on council at that time, but if you had the opportunity to walk through that annex prior to the work that was done over there, and walking in there now, you can see where the dollars went to. It doesn't even look like the same place at all anymore. I was totally amazed. I'm excited too, Councilmember Gunn, about given the opportunity for us to look at something different. I think that we have heard resoundingly that people, our citizens, cannot afford assessments at the rates that they've been going out. So I'm excited because I think that we have all the brain power that we need to make something different happen, and then present it to the public and let them evaluate on whether this something different is a better path, because I don't think there's any one right way to do it. I don't think there's a magic solution that we'll come up with, but I do think that we can be creative in looking at how to lessen the blow to the pockets of our citizens, because we are also citizens of the city, and at some point, that assessment is going to roll down on us, whether we are sitting in these seats or we are at a different stage in life at that time. And I think that we have to be mindful of the pockets of our citizens, and try to still get the work done. So I'm excited about looking at some other opportunities as well. Jonathan, I just want to say thank you for the time and effort and believing in the project at TA Wilson first and foremost, because I think that everybody there understands your dedication. I think everybody on council understands your dedication, and I know this has cost you some additional hours, because I've heard how much you've been over there outside of work time. So I appreciate that very much, and I think that the people over there appreciate it very much also. I'm looking forward to 2024. This is our last meeting of the year. And I think, coming in on my first term, I was excited to serve with everybody. And we've got some new faces, and I'm even more excited to serve with everybody. I think that one thing that I appreciate that I'll continue to say about City Council is there is no groupthink, that everybody makes decisions on their own accord, and with their own brains, and with the mind of doing what's best for the city of Jackson. And I appreciate that. I do think that we should have another session how we had 2 years ago, I believe it was, where we kind of had like a visioning session, not necessarily like a strategic planning session, but opportunity for us to get together, and having some public input going around the room with us was really great the last time, so we can try to establish some goals to accomplish over this next couple of years. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. And last but not least, and she's gone, but I know she's still tuned in right now. My mama is turning 60 years old on Friday, y'all, and she don't look a day over 35. I don't know how my parents starting to look younger than they're like, we having an eclipse. I'm getting older and they just still keep getting younger. I don't know how they doing it, but at some point I hope that falls down on me. I just want to say to my mom that I thank God every day for the mother that I have, and the blessing that you've been on, not just my life, but on all the people's lives that you have come into contact with. I appreciate you, the whole family appreciates you. We pray for you every day, and we appreciate that you pray for us every day, even when we are not praying for ourselves, and how selfless of a person that you are. I just want to publicly say how much I appreciate you, Mom. And I love you, and happy birthday on Friday. And that's all my comments. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief comment tonight about 3 people. They're all connected in one special way. First, I'd like to recognize 2 city staff members. We have great staff at the city. You guys all have seen that now and getting to experience that. But I want to single out 2, Police Officer Samantha Jones, and then DEI Office Liaison Coordinator. I actually don't know what she does. She does so many things for John. Leticia Albaran, who were both named in Jackson Magazine's 30 and Under as Rising Stars. And the third 30 and Under person I'd like to mention, my wife was actually 30 and Under. Hey. And it was only like a year ago because she's like doesn't look a day under 29. So want to recognize those 3 people who have that one thing in common. That's pretty awesome to be so awesome at a young age. And one day I'll get there.
One day. So move.
Before we adjourn, will you please join me in singing happy birthday to our Vice Mayor, Mr. Fred Vance?
Yeah, come on with it, baby. Come on. Sing it. There's no shame in my game.
Happy birthday to you.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Freddie.
Butterman.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate you, yeah.
Okay, now we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
See y'all next year.
See you next year.